Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race, the Dunbar, maiden special weight for 2-year-olds, a mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering offered here. It's also the start of an all-main track early pick 4. Scratch the 7 new stripe. Number 7 new stripe is a scratch. Early pick 4 players, a reminder that fourth race is off the turf and it will go a mile and an eighth on the main track. Early pick 4 players, a reminder the fourth race off the turf, it goes a mile and an eighth on the main track. Keep in mind at Keeneland today, we are off the turf for races 4 and 7. The 9th race feature, the Rubicon Valley View, that race stays on the turf. Fast main track, 6 minutes to post.
Less than 4 minutes away from race number 2, and just had a moment to speak with Nick Zito, the trainer of the number 1 horse, that is Atlantic Dancer, who continues to get attention as the favorite 5-2, and he said that this is a horse that really has worked well at Keeneland. He's liked his workouts, the way he's finished off his workouts. He referred to his gate workout being the better of the 2. That was his workout on the 19th of October, and he said they've asked for big gallop outs. So he says that is a good indicator of being able to handle the distance. We talked about this colt's pedigree, half-brother to King Guillermo, a Tampa Bay Derby winner, son of American Pharoah, Breeders' Cup Classic winner, Triple Crown winner. So based on the way that he's training, based on his pedigree, it doesn't seem as though distance should be an issue, and truthfully 5-2 is not a bad price as we quickly approach post time for race number 2. One more reminder, this does start the early pick 4.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Dunbar, start of an all-main track early pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes I'm a Warlord between horses. Here's Pray for Peace kicking in down toward the inside. Star Alignment is there, and also Curly Tail up close as they head for the first turn. Pray for Peace is the leader. Pray for Peace has the lead, starts to angle down toward the rail, gets clear with the lead by a length past Atlantic Dancer. And there goes I'm a Warlord taking second. Atlantic Dancer content to shuffle back to third down toward the inside here early on. Star Alignment fourth up on the outside. Curly Tail fifth between horses. And then Smile Happy, who is sixth, moves up one spot from the inside. Mosey, a lane off the rail in the seventh position. Spend Again is eighth. The gap of 6 more lengths back of that one to Good Soldier, who is ninth for the move up the backstretch. 23.34 seconds for the opening quarter. Pray for Peace is the leader. Pray for Peace in front by a neck. I'm a Warlord is right alongside now in second, a length and a half. Star Alignment third by a head. Atlantic Dancer fourth back toward the inside. Mosey is out in the center of the track in fifth, just over 3 lengths from the front. It was 47.28 seconds for that opening half mile. Smile Happy is next toward the inside. Curly Tail, Good Soldier, and Spend Again the trailer. Midway on the final turn, I'm a Warlord leads it. Star Alignment second. Pray for Peace is dropping back. Atlantic Dancer and then Smile Happy. Now, Smile Happy just shot through an opening between horses from fifth to fourth to third and now is swinging up to the outside, about to challenge for the lead, but they're coming to the top of the short stretch. I'm a Warlord is the leader. Here's Smile Happy moving up quickly on the outside from second, now to take the lead as they come toward the eighth pole. Smile Happy. Breathtaking move around the far turn. Nifty maneuver between horses through traffic. Swung wide, kicked on, and Smile Happy the winner for Brian Hernandez Jr. I'm a Warlord second. Star Alignment across the line in third, and then it was Curly Tail in fourth.
Well, there's soon to be stories published about this debut performance by Smile Happy. What a great race call from Kurt Becker, and picking this horse up and describing what he did and the way that he was able to put his talent on display. These are types of moves that you don't typically see in dirt racing, but what a performance. Smile Happy, the son of the champion sprinter Run Happy, Breeders' Cup sprint winner here at Keeneland as well, bet down to 3-1. One of the most impressive performances that we've seen in a maiden race at this meet at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 5, Smile Happy, was first. Number 4, I'm a Warlord, second. Number 9, Star Alignment, third. Number 3, Curly Tail, was fourth. 5-4-9-3, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Dunbar, number 5, Smile Happy, owned by the Lucky 7 stable of Michael J. Mackin. Trained by Kenny McPeak, the jockey is Brian Hernandez Jr. Smile Happy, a 2-year-old son of Run Happy out of Pleasant Smile by Pleasant Tap, bred in Kentucky by Morrow Bloodstock International Incorporated and White Bloodstock LLC. Keeneland November sales graduate, mile at a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 44.75 seconds. Results of Keeneland's second race official, 5-4-9-3, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Dunbar Trophy presentation to the connections of Smile Happy. Keeneland's third race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering featured here. In this third race, scratch the 5, Unheard Of, and scratch the 7, Dance on Over. Again, scratch the 5, Unheard Of, and scratch the 7, Dance on Over. Reminder, the overweight, number 1, long drink of water, the jockey 2 pounds over. Fourth race comes off the turf. It goes 1 1/8 on the main track. Fourth race off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch 3, hashtag No Wonder. Scratch 4, Tonkawa Springs. Also scratch the 9, Iberville. Scratch the 11, Faith Runner. And scratch 13 through 16. Fourth race off the turf, 1 1/8 on the main track. Scratch 3, hashtag No Wonder. Scratch 4, Tonkawa Springs. Scratch the 9, Iberville. Scratch 11, Faith Runner. Also scratch 13 through 16. Fifth race, scratch number 5, Yogurt. Scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. That's in the fifth race. Scratch number 5, Yogurt. And scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. A reminder that the featured 9th race at Keeneland, the Rubicon Valley View, is the only race today which remains on the turf. The featured 9th race, the Rubicon Valley View, the only race on the Keeneland card today which remains on the turf. Turf is listed yielding. The main track is fast.
To race number 3 here at Keeneland Racecourse for the Friday card. A couple of scratches in here. Take the 5 and the 7 out. And right now we've got an even money favorite, Guana K, for Wesley Ward, one of 2 horses he sends postward today on the second to last day of racing at Keeneland. I'm going to go against this runner, though. I'm going to look towards Hold Onto Your Tiara, the number 8 horse for Shane Myers, trainer and owner of this filly by Overanalyze. Been impressed by the horses that Shane Myers has brought this way to Keeneland, and I think that this is a filly that fits this level. She broke her maiden at Thistledown in a maiden special weight back in mid-September. She did so sitting close to the pace. Didn't take her long to make the lead, and they tried her once against 2 other than company, even jumping a condition at Mountaineer in her first start, I should say, against Winners. So a bit of class relief here. She comes back to Keeneland. She was in just a bit over her head when she was here the last time, but her recent form suggests that she's in some of the best form of her career. So I respect this horse. 9-2 on Hold On To Your Tiara, a 4-year-old filly seeking win 2 of her career. Then we'll go to the number 4 horse. That is Guana K for Kent Spellman and Wesley Ward. It takes an enormous drop down in class. I mean, this is a filly that as a maiden was close to being the favorite in the Grade 1 Spinaway race that was taken by the eventual Breeders' Cup filly winner Vequist here at Keeneland. She broke her maiden in her start thereafter in October here at Keeneland. And then a couple of stakes tries. They even ran her on the Breeders' Cup undercard in the Songbird Stakes, and she was 4th beaten 8 lengths. But last time out, she lost the rider Paco Lopez at Monmouth Park. But now the drop in class, it sort of does bring up a bit of a red flag for a filly that was running against Stakes Company. So we'll see. I mean, but Wesley, as we've said before, and as Gabby Gaudet has pointed out so many times in our coverage here at Keeneland lately, when Wesley sends out a short price favorite in a claiming race, they oftentimes run to expectations because he knows what he has. He knows where they belong. And so you've just got to trust a man that really has become synonymous with Keeneland racing. That is Wesley Ward with Guana K as she sits at even money. Flashy Biz, the number 2 horse, is my final selection. She'll be trying to rally from off the pace. 7 furlongs should help in that endeavor. She ran well enough to finish second, going 7/8 of a mile at Ellis back on August 14th. So that kind of a race with this kind of a distance and the setup that she should get, I think that she'll be coming for a piece of it as she sits at 6-1. Interesting race coming up in 15 minutes. It's race number 3.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. Fillies and mares age 3 and up, a $20,000 claiming price, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 5, Unheard Of, and scratch the 7, Dance on Over. Overweight, the 1, Long Drink of Water, the jockey 2 pounds over. Keep in mind that we are off the turf in race number 4. That fourth race goes a mile and an eighth on the main track. A reminder for you, double and pick 3 players, the fourth race off the turf, mile and an eighth on the main track for that fourth event. Race 3, 7 furlongs on the fast main track. Post time at 7 minutes.
Watching these fillies warm up on the front side here and pushing the past performances aside and just looking at them from a physical standpoint. Long Drink of Water, not a bad-looking filly. She's a big price, second longest shot on the board at 23-1, but I thought that she made a solid appearance out here for Anna Decker, daughter of Jack Milton. She's 1 for 4 this season. She didn't have a productive year last year, but since dropping into claiming ranks up at Belterra, she's found her friends, and we'll see how she handles this move over to Keeneland for the first time. But looks well out there on the course at a big price. The number 4 horse, Guana Kay, does as well. No surprise there. She was on her toes. She was bouncing with the pony as before they started to start jogging as far as the warm-up is concerned. So there's Guana Kay, the heavy favorite, even money on the tote board right now, taking the huge drop down in class. And then the number 9 horse is another one that caught my eye, and 7-2 she is as well for a lot of the wagerers out there, win players. She is currently the second choice, and this is a horse that Greg Foley claimed last time out for $20,000 for his connections, which include Bob Bone and Mr. Edward Brown Jr., a daughter of Violence, who's run a good race here at Keeneland in the past. So we'll see if they've found something here for 20 to wheel back for 20. But she looks good, and they've got Joel Rosario in the saddle. That certainly is going to sway a lot of handicappers' opinions and bring her down to a shorter price of a number of what she's at right now at 7-2. So once again, interesting race. In race number 3, Guana Kay, she towers over them on back form, but we'll see if she's anywhere near that form as she shows up for 20 here today in race number 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Guana Key out for the lead. Hold on to your Tierra there in the opening strides as well. But Guana Key moves forward, has the lead, heading up the backstretch by 2 lengths. Hold on to your Tierra goes second by 2. Bertrada third ahead. Katie's Carrot moves up the inside now to challenge for that third position. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to Just Fine by Me, fifth on the outside. Flashy Biz sixth toward the inside. Long Drink of Water, last of the 7, 23.1 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Guana Key, the leader. Guana Key leads it by 1.5 lengths to the far turn. Hold on to your Tierra, second by a head. Katie's Carrot is now on her outside and is taking second by a neck, 1.5 lengths off the leader. And then Bertrada, followed by Flashy Biz, Long Drink of Water, and Just Fine by Me as they round the far turn. Guana Key, the leader. Katie's Carrot, second, just off the leader's flank. Then a break of 3 more lengths back to Bertrada, who tries to swing up from third on the outside, but has work to do from there. Hold on to your Tierra, drops back and forth toward the inside. Guana Key to catch. Guana Key turns for home and leads it by 3 lengths now by 4, by 5. Bertrada moves out in the center of the track to challenge Katie's Carrot for the second position. Just Fine by Me is next, and then Flashy Biz between horses, but it is Guana Key with a 5-length lead at the 16th pole. Back to Bertrada, then Flashy Biz running from third, but no catching Guana Key and Tyler Gaffalione. Guana Key wins it. Bertrada home second. Flashy Biz third. Just Fine by Me was fourth.
The dip down in competition for Guana Key brings out a strong performance from this daughter of Air Force Blue for Wesley Ward and owner Kent Spellman. Tyler Gaffleone aboard. For a moment, it looked like the 9 was going to be able to range up alongside of her, but right as that moment came across, she moved away from her and made this look very easy. Bet down to odds of 2-5, and deservedly so. Guana Key, easy victory in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. Number 4, Guana Key, finished first. Number 9, Bertrada, was second. Number 2, Flashy Biz, was third. Number 6, Just Fine by Me, was fourth. 4926, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, number 4, Guana Key, owned by Kent Spellman, trained by Wesley Ward. The jockey is Tyler Gaffleone. Guana Key, a 3-year-old filly by Air Force Blue out of Winding Bay by Malibu Moon. Winner bred in Kentucky by Wesley Ward and Kent Spellman. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.87 seconds. Results of Keeneland's third race official. 4926, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming. Race 4 comes off the turf, and it will go 1 1/8 on the fast main track. Race 4 off the turf, 1 1/8 on the fast main track. Scratch 3, hashtag No Wonder. Scratch 4, Tonkawa Springs. Scratch 9, Iberville. Scratch 11, Faith Runner. And scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch 3, hashtag No Wonder. Scratch 4, Tonkawa Springs. Also scratch 9, Iberville. Scratch 11, Faith Runner. And scratch 13 through 16. Race 4, 1 1/8 on the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. This is also the start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, but a reminder, both races 4 and 7, the first 2 legs of that wager will be contested on the main track. Only race 9, only the featured 9th remains on the turf. Looking ahead, race number 5. Scratch number 5, Yogurt, and scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. Race 5, scratch number 5, Yogurt, scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. Sixth race has no changes at this time. Looking ahead of the card to the changes for the later two legs of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3. Seventh race. Remember, race 7 is off the turf. That one is a mile and a 16th on the main track. Seventh race off the turf, mile and a 16th on the main track for that one. Scratch the 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch the 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch 5, Grael. Scratch 12, Martini and Moonshine. Scratch 13, Gingrich, 14, Trust Daddy, and 15, Mom's Moon. That's the seventh race. Scratch the 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch 4, Be Like Clint. Also scratch 5, Grael. And scratch number 12, Martini and Moonshine, as well as 13, 14, and 15. And looking ahead to the ninth race, the final leg of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, race 9, the only leg of that Keeneland Turf Pick 3 which actually stays on the turf. Turf is listed yielding, rail at 0 feet. And in the ninth race, the Rubicon Valley View, a reminder, scratch 10, Oyster Box, scratch 11, Lady Spite Spear, scratch 13, Flown, scratch 14, Gam's Mission, and scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. That's in the featured ninth race. Scratch 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race.
Race number 4 does start the $3 pick 3, which on regular days would be turf pick 3, but as you can see or must have heard, or I'm sure would have heard earlier today, the 4th race and the 7th race are both taken off the turf. The only one that remains is the featured Rubicon Valley View. That's race number 9, but the $3 pick 3 is still a go this afternoon, and it begins here with race number 4. Moves over to the main track fast, a mile and an eighth the distance, and Gutko Bra, the number 2 horse, is where I begin. 9-5 on this Son of Distorted Humor. 2 starts on turf, both up at Saratoga. Comes out of even a try as a maiden in the grade 3 with Anticipation. But he's got dirt pedigree. Distorted Humor on the top side and Giants Causeway on the dam side. So I don't think that this is much of a concern for him. And also having those 2 mile and a 16th races under his belt should go a long way as far as fitness is concerned. This is a big test for these young horses to be going 9 furlongs, a mile and an eighth here in race number 4. So at 9-5, that's where I go for Donegal Racing, Gutko Bra, the number 2, the Keeneland graduate from the September sale of just last year. To the outside, the number 12 horse at 9-5 gets some relief as far as post position because of all the scratches down to his inside. So that's going to aid him here this afternoon. Walhalla for Godolphin and trainer Mike Stidham. Colt by Frosted, who put together a strong main track effort at Delaware. That race was taken off the turf course. It was a wet, fast surface, but a well-bred colt by Frosted out of the stakes-winning First Dam Tizaquina. I can say that just about every time we see a Godolphin homebred led over here to to Keeneland rather, for Godolphin. So good family, good debut race, some relief as far as the post position. Doesn't have 2 races like the 2 horse does, but at least has that distance race under his belt to come into this mile and an eighth race here this afternoon. And then finally, Naval Aviator for Brad Cox and Qatar Racing. Brad looking to make up ground now on Wesley Ward. Wesley Ward has taken a 1-win advantage over Brad Cox in the trainer standings following the victory back in race number 3. So we'll see if he can do so with this colt, son of Tappet. A tough ask to go a mile and an eighth on debut. It's a big ask. I've talked several times about how Brad Cox, he always brings in fit horses, and I'm sure he is here. But to debut at a mile and an eighth, there's no other way of putting it. It's a big ask for Naval Aviator. We'll see how he does here today for Qatar Racing and Florent Giroux, who will be in the saddle. Race number 4, 14 minutes to post. Once again, a reminder, the pick 3, the $3 pick 3, which is now just 1 leg on turf, starts here. Races 4 and 7 off the turf. Race number 9, the grade 3 Rubicon Valley View, is still on the turf. Turf is yielding. You've got 14 minutes to get those wagers in.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lantern Hill. Maiden special weight for 2-year-olds in a race that comes off the turf and goes 1.125 miles on the fast main track. Race 4 off the turf, 1.125 miles fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. A reminder, we are off the turf for both race 4 and race 7. The 9th race feature remains on the turf. In this fourth race, scratch 3, hashtag no wonder. Scratch the 4, Tonkawa Springs. Also scratch the 9, Iberville. Scratch the 11, Faith Runner. And scratch 13 through 16. Post time at 7 minutes. Your attention, please. A late scratch in Keeneland's fourth race. Scratch number 8, Encourage. Late scratch in Keeneland's fourth race. Scratch number 8, Encourage. Scratch by the veterinarian. Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, the Lantern Hill. Start of the Keeneland Turf Pick 3, mile and an eighth on the main track. Race 4, moving into line. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Baytown Backstabber, and there goes Valhalla from the outside. Valhalla moves up and takes the early lead. Baytown Backstabber will go second for the move to the first turn. Andy Kent is third up on the outside. Gooch Gobra is away running in the fourth position. Federal Hill alongside that one from fifth. Tiger Moon is in sixth. The Naval Aviator is last of the 7. Valhalla the leader. Valhalla has cleared with the lead, is against the rail, leading it by 3 lengths to Baytown Backstabber, second by just a neck. Andy Kent is third by 2. Federal Hill fourth by a head, just outside of Gooch Gobra, and then further back, Naval Aviator, who is next to last, and Tiger Moon is the trailer. The opening quarter went in 24.54 seconds. Valhalla is the leader. Valhalla is on top by a length and a half. Up the backstretch, Andy Kent goes second. Baytown Backstabber tucked away against the rail in third. Here's Federal Hill moving up on the outside of that one, now taking third, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Further back, Naval Aviator toward the center of the track. Gooch Gobra between horses next to last. Tiger Moon at the back. It was 50.1 seconds for the first half mile. Valhalla the leader. Andy Kent is second. A length and a half separate the top two. Then Federal Hill, who's third up on the outside as they make their way around the far turn. Followed by Naval Aviator, who's in fourth down toward the inside, 3 lengths off the lead. Then Tiger Moon, Gooch Gobra still far back, and Baytown Backstabber is last. Valhalla the leader. They're at the quarter pole. Valhalla with Naval Aviator switching to the outside, moves up 1 lane off the rail in second position. Tiger Moon is running down the center of the racetrack. Here comes Tiger Moon after Valhalla, Andy Kent, and also Naval Aviator. Now a 3-way shuffle. Into the final furlong, Valhalla, Naval Aviator, Andy Kent is still trying. Naval Aviator short lead. Naval Aviator wins it by a half length for Florent Giroux.
Back and forth they go, not only in this race, but in the trainer standings, as Brad Cox has tied it up once again for this fall meet after Wesley had gone one up. Wesley Ward in race number 3. He ties him again at the top of the standings with Naval Aviator, the son of Tappet. As I mentioned, tough ass to ask a horse to go a mile and an eighth on debut, but he had him fit and ready to go. 4-1, your reward if you had Naval Aviator, the son of Tappet, for Qatar Racing.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. Number 6, Naval Aviator, finished first. Number 5, Andy Kent, was second. Number 12, Valhalla, was third. Number 7, Tiger Moon, fourth. 6-5, 12-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the Lantern Hill, number 6, Naval Aviator. Owned by Mark DeTample, trained by Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, the jockey. Naval Aviator, 2-year-old son of Tappet, out of Cherokee Queen by Cherokee Run. Winner bred in Kentucky by Doug Branham, Felicia Branham, and Tappet Syndicate. Mile and an eighth over the fast main track, 1 minute 53.86 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 4th race official. 6-5, 12-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Lantern Hill Trophy presentation to the connections of Naval Aviator. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, and also the start of the pick 6 with that carryover of $13,775. Main track is listed fast, the turf listed yielding for the 9th race feature. In this 5th race, scratch number 5, Yogurt, and scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. Scratch number 5, Yogurt, and scratch number 8, Lady of Luxury. No changes in the 6th race. Race 7 comes off the turf. It goes a mile and a 16th on the main track. 7th race off the turf, a mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch number 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch number 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch the 5, Grael. Also scratch the 12, Martini and Moonshine, as well as 13, 14, and 15. 7th race off the turf, mile and a 16th, main track. Scratch the 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch 5, Grael. Also scratch number 12, Martini and Moonshine. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. 8th race, scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. That's in the 8th race. Scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. Featured 9th race, the Rubicon Valley View. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch the 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch number 13, Flown. Scratch the 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. That's the 9th race feature. Scratch number 10, Oyster Box. Scratch the 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. Turf listed yielding, rail at 0 feet for race 9. 10th and final race, scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. 10th and final race, scratch number 1, Tenor. Rounds over.
Race number 5 starts the pick 6 on this Friday afternoon. Final 6 races of the card, $1 minimum wager, and a pretty clear favorite in here with the number 3 horse, Flat Awesome Jenny, who's my third selection. I'm going to take a swing in this race with the number 7 horse, Catchism, a filly by Caraconti for trainer Doug Anderson, claimed out of Prairie Meadows over in Altoona, Iowa, just outside of Des Moines, Iowa, off of Carl Broberg for $20,000. Doug Anderson is a good conditioner, opts to bring this horse here to Keeneland, puts in a workout just 8 days ago, a half mile in 48-1, and green lights this horse for a starter 20. So confident spotting by this barn with this filly. Doug Anderson co-owns this filly as well, so all positive signs in my opinion. And Francisco Arrieta is getting the call. He's had a pretty productive meet with the opportunities that he's been given. 12-1 is the price on this filly. I trust these connections in making the effort to ship all the way from Prairie Meadows over in Altoona, Iowa. The number 9 horse is my second choice, Frills, a daughter of Candy Ride. She's tried Keeneland twice in the past, but she's just hit some good races as of late. At Saratoga, she was a winner by 6 3/4 for 20. She has bounced around from some very good barns to the next. Ben Colebrook, Randy Matthews, Federico Villafranco, Cipriano Contreras, Rob Atras, Linda Rice, most recently taken off of Mercan Catamachi. So this barn looking to win off the claim with this mare. You can't fault them for taking her. I'm sure it was a many-way shake in order to try to get this filly for 20. So at 9-2, you've got to respect Frills for Katie Rich Stables coming over here to Keeneland today. And then finally, you can't ignore Flat Awesome Jenny. I mean, clearly she's the filly to unseat here. She's much like we saw Beverly Park pick up a second win this meet at Keeneland. She has just gotten good. And now they're going to have the opportunities to take advantage of this starter allowance condition for as long as they possibly can, or as long as they're written for a particular period of time. So get it while it's hot, and she is definitely in top form. She is a winner here at Keeneland in the past. She lays off the pace, makes a run at him. She's won her last 4 races from 20 up to 25,000, and then that starter allowance race last time out going 7/8 of a mile, 6.5. Looks to be an ideal scenario for this daughter of Flat Out, who's won a dozen races. She's 12 for 32 lifetime, seeking win 13 of her career, and she sits at 6-5. Interesting race coming up. Start of the pick 6. It's race 5 here at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fifth race, a starter allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. 6.5 furlongs over the main track, which is listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6 with that $13,775 carryover. Scratch the 5 Yogurt. Scratch the 8 Lady of Luxury. Main track is listed fast. A reminder, pick 6 players, that we are off the turf for race 7. We remain on the turf for the 9th race feature. Main track is fast. The turf for race 9 listed yielding post time 7 minutes.
Over here front side for the start of the pick 6, race number 5, starter allowance, starter 20 going 6.5 on the main track. Started with the 1 at 8-1. Once again, a Greg Foley trainee looking great out on the racetrack. He had a filly run very big earlier today, or horse I should say, and Sterling Miss is a big robust mare, and she's getting a lot of class relief. She comes out of second level allowance company into this starter allowance race, so should get a positive reaction based on that move down the class ladder. Also comes back for a second time this fall after last being seen prior to that September 23rd run on the 30th of July. So Sterling Miss, she looks nice, and also another positive is the fact that she's got Joel Rosario in the saddle. If you're looking for a price, maybe look no further than the number 1 horse at 8-1. And then let's go over to the number 6 horse, Larimar, another one that I think looks well. She comes out of a common race with the favorite, the number 3 horse, Flat Awesome Jenny. She was up close to the pace that day. She seems to be at her best when she's on or near the lead. She's that type of filly. So we'll see if Larimar can get the jump on the favorite. She most likely will. The question is, can she get the jump on Canadian Ginger, the number 4 horse, who would be the most likely to make the lead, that or Frills? It could be a pretty quick pace down the backstretch here today, and we will find out in less than 5 minutes.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fifth race. Start of the pick six. They are at the post. And they're off. Frills comes out running for the lead. Laura Marr is there. Jungle Juice, Canadian Ginger now kicking in. Frills is the leader. But here comes Jungle Juice up the rail. Canadian Ginger between that pair. Laura Marr backs off into the fourth position. Sterling Miss fifth toward the inside. Catechism toward the far outside is in the sixth spot. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to Flat Awesome Jenny. Opening quarter went in 21.91 seconds. They head over to the far turn. Jungle Juice, Frills, that pair going at it for the lead. Canadian Ginger third, 2 lengths away. It is Frills toward the outside who puts ahead in front now. Jungle Juice is second by 2 lengths. Canadian Ginger third, Sterling Miss in fourth. Catechism is in fifth. Now Catechism is going to the far outside, has to go 3 wide as they move toward the top of the stretch, has gone from fifth to third to second, still 3 lengths off the lead of Frills. Jungle Juice has lost ground down to the inside, drops out toward the back of the pack, leaving Frills on a 3-length lead. Flat Awesome Jenny is gearing up on the far outside. Catechism is still in third. Flat Awesome Jenny, the serious threat now, in fact, running on by with Sterling Miss, trying to get on track behind her. Flat Awesome Jenny is the leader. It is Flat Awesome Jenny in front. Late run, Laura Marr toward the inside. Flat Awesome Jenny, Laura Marr, then Sterling Miss. Flat Awesome Jenny to win for Tyler Gaffalione. Laura Marr across the line second. Sterling Miss was home in third, and Catechism fourth.
This mare is the definition of a professional racehorse. Flat Awesome Jenny, you know what she's going to do. She's going to lay back and make a late run in these one-turn sprints, and she does it again. That's her 13th lifetime victory, her 5th win in a row, 6 wins this season. Norm Cassie with back-to-back wins after claiming her for $25,000. His fantastic meet continues here at Keeneland Racecourse, and truly not a bad price in the end on Flat Awesome Jenny, who went off at 2-1 with the leading rider in the saddle, Tyler Gaffalione.
Photo for fourth. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. Number 3, Flat Awesome Jenny, finished first. Number 6, Larimar, was second. Number 1, Sterling Miss, was third. Number 7, Catechism, fourth. 3617, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's fifth race official, 3617, the official results. Official winner of race 5, number 3, Flat Awesome Jenny, in the winner's circle, owned by 10 Strike Racing of Marshall Graham. Trained by Norm Cassie, 2 wins today for Tyler Gaffaleone. Flat Awesome Jenny, a 6-year-old mare by Flat Out of Jenny R by Awesome Again. Winner bred in Kentucky by Nick Lotz and Betsy Kelly. 6.5 furlongs, 1 minute 17.17 seconds over the fast main track. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Main track is listed fast. No changes in race 6. 7th race off the turf. It goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. 7th race off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch the 1, Dow Jack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch 5, Grael. Also scratch the 12, Martini and Moonshine, and scratch 13 through 15. 7th race off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th main track. Scratch 1, Dow Jack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Also scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch the 5, Grael. Scratch 12, Martini and Moonshine, and scratch 13, 14, and 15. 8th race, scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. 8th race, scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. Featured 9th race, the Rubicon Valley View. The turf listed Yielding for race 9, the rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spike Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. That's the 9th race feature. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spike Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch the 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. Scratch number 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, the 10, La Mosca, the jockey 2 pounds over.
The November sale is a destination event for buyers and sellers around the world.
The ambiance during the September sale was incredible.
As we move into Keeneland November, I think people will find a new experience, a new atmosphere, new optimism. Anybody who participates, buying and selling, when they participate in Keeneland, they're reinvesting in the industry. That is the mission. It allows us to build for the future, and the future is bright.
The future is bright at Keeneland November.
Race number 6 starts the late pick 5. Still 2 stakes races to come, so involved in this sequence, the 8th race, the Myrtlewood Stakes, and the Grade 3 feature is race number 9, the Rubicon Valley View Stakes here on this Friday card. Race number 6, which begins the late pick 5, entry-level allowance group at 1 mile and 3/16. These are 3-year-olds and up, and right now no scratches in here. The 8 Laughing Boy is the 9-5 favorite. That's where I landed for 3 Chimneys Farm and Fern Circle Stables. A Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2019, $400,000 purchase in that 2019 September sale here at Keeneland. Kenny McPeak looking for his second win today. This is a colt that has displayed that these longer distances are not going to be an issue. He set the pace at breaking his maiden at Churchill Downs, going a mile and a 16th, and then also tried to do the same and did the same for a time at Churchill, going a mile and an eighth. And I think the cutback, 16th of a mile, should help him here this afternoon. So Laughing Boy on the outside has good early speed. I don't see anybody taking that away from him unless Meister, the number 2 horse, opts to go down on the inside out of a sprint race. But it looks like Laughing Boy should be able to control this race early on. It's just a matter of him slowing it down enough and having enough left in the tank once they turn for home. He's 9-5 right now as the fairly clear favorite. The 1 horse, Sheffy, for OXO Equine, a quality road colt for trainer Brad Cox. He too went a route of ground last time out. And in fact, he exits the common race with the current favorite. He's going to be laying off the pace, and that's the difference here. I think this is what handicappers are seeing. You see a horse that can get a clear lead. Oftentimes you gravitate towards that horse regardless of the distance, and that's why Sheffy, at least for the time being, is playing second choice. But he hopefully can finish under Joel Rosario. That's how he broke his maiden, going a mile coming from off the pace. So got to respect him, and he's got that stamina pedigree, Sheffy, at 2-1. And then I'll go to Gentle Soul as the third choice for Brett Calhoun. Just ignoring that last race, he comes out of the exact same race that the top 2 in the wagering do, that mile and an eighth race on October 2nd at Churchill. But he broke through with a good effort with Adam Beschizza in the saddle back in August. So hopefully today we'll see more of that and less of what we saw over at Churchill in Louisville. Raylu Gutierrez, he gets the call on Gentle Soul. Once again, race number 6, start of the late pick 5, 16 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's sixth race. The main chance and allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 mile and 3/16 over the main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. No changes in race 6. Late pick 5 players and also pick 3 and double players. A reminder, race 7 is off the turf. Race 7 off the turf, 1 mile and 1/16 main track. Keep in mind the 9th race feature, the Rubicon Valley View, that one stays on the turf. Post time coming up in just 7 minutes for today's 6th race, main track fast.
Late pick 5 time for race number 6, starting with race 6, less than 5 minutes. There's a look at Mr. Larry Best's Sheffy under his OXO equine banner. Brad Cox, the trainer, just talking to Brad about this colt, and he says that he hopes that the longer distance will do him some good. As we talk about him right now, he just clicks down to the 9-5 favorite, and he's got Joel Rosario in the saddle. So looks well out there, certainly a contender with this added distance, and getting the opportunity fourth off the layoff, having come back in July is when they brought him back when he was able to break his maiden. So has a good shot in here. There's no question about it. He and the 8 are the 2 main contenders in this race. Let's talk about the number 5 horse, First Line, for Michael Maker and Three Diamonds Farm. The 3-time winner this year in 2021 has climbed the class ranks off of a win against 35 claimers, non-winners of 3 lifetime. That was the day that they claimed him, picked up a starter allowance victory, and put together a solid run at 1 mile and an 1/8 last time out at Saratoga, where he was 4th in that field of 6. But he's got a chance in here to make an impact on the race. He might actually be the one to look towards to maybe put a little pressure on the outside speed that is Laughing Boy. Another side note to First Line, for those in the market for a proven racehorse, he'll be offered at the upcoming Keeneland November sale at the horses of racing age portion as hip number 3745. So First Line will be going through the sales pavilion, the sales ring, in the coming days, coming weeks here at Keeneland. Horses of racing age portion of the Keeneland November sale. He is hip number 3745. And we'll see how he fares here today. He is 9-2 with the leading rider of the meet in the saddle, Tyler Gaffleone. Good luck. 4 minutes to post before this 6th race.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the main chance, start of the late pick 5. They are at the post. And they're off. Laughing Boy from the outside. Sheffy is there in the opening strides toward the inside. Meister moves up as well, and Gentle Soul is there, but it's going to be Meister who has the lead. Meister to the front. Laughing Boy will go second. Gentle Soul third. Sheffy fourth back toward the inside. First line is in 5th position. Sono Grotto, 6th against the rail around the first turn. Carrillo is a wide 7th. Decision Maker is last of the 8 as they swing around the turn and head on to the back stretch. Meister is the early leader. The opening quarter went in 23.65 seconds. It is Meister who's on top by a length. And then Laughing Boy in second by a length. Gentle Soul is third, a half length. And there's Sheffy, 4th toward the inside. Carrillo, 5th back toward the outside. First line, 6th in between horses at the back of the pack. Sono Grotto moves up 1 spot against the rail from 7th. Decision Maker wide in 8th and running nearly 8 lengths off the lead. Midpoint of the backstretch, opening half mile, 48.64 seconds. Meister, the leader. Meister leads it by 2 lengths. Laughing Boy second, a length and a half to Sheffy. Gentle Soul on the outside. Now Sheffy's in 3rd. Looks down toward the inside. Still 3 from the front. Gentle Soul on the outside in 4th. Sono Grotto, Decision Maker is wide in 6th. First line is in 7th. And Carrillo last of the 8 midway on the far turn. Meister leading Laughing Boy by 3/4 of a length. Gentle Soul is 3rd on the outside, still 5 from the front. Sheffy is still down toward the inside in 4th. Also has 5 lengths to make up to the top of the stretch. Meister leading it. Laughing Boy a length away 2nd. Gentle Soul in 3rd. Sheffy is still 4th down toward the inside and has lost some ground coming into the stretch as Laughing Boy is right alongside of Meister. Gentle Soul is 3rd. Laughing Boy has a short lead past the 8th pole, but Meister's not finished yet and is still fighting on 2nd. Gentle Soul 3rd. Sheffy is 4th. Laughing Boy wrestling the lead away from Meister and deep stretch. Late run from Carrillo in first line, but Laughing Boy wins it. Meister was home 2nd, and then first line in Carrillo.
Laughing Boy sitting off the pace here today. A crafty ride by Brian Hernandez Jr. to allow a pace setter to set things up for him. That was the 2-horse Meister and Chris Landeros. And right now he takes over this race. The 2's running out of steam. The 5 is not available in this race late either. That was First Line. And Laughing Boy is able to kick clear at odds of 2-1. A disappointing run from the 1-horse, just really not showing up today. Sheffy, who was being patiently ridden off the pace, but today it's Laughing Boy, his second win in his last 3 starts and his first win in his first try here at Keeneland Racecourse.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 8, Laughing Boy, was first. Number 2, Meister, was second. Number 5, First Line, was third. Number 6, Carrillo, was fourth. 8-2-5-6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the main chance, number 8, Laughing Boy, owned by Three Chimneys Farm of Gonzalo Torrealba, owned by Fern Circle Stables of Paul Fireman, owned by CNH Diamond Racing LLC of Greg Back and Al LaRose. 2 wins today for the trainer-jockey combination, Kenny McPeak and Brian Hernandez Jr. Laughing Boy, a 3-year-old son of Distorted Humor out of Applauding by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Imagine. Keeneland September graduate gets a mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 57.51 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 6th race official, 8-2-5-6, the official results. In the winner's circle, the main chance trophy presentation to the connections of Laughing Boy. Keeneland's 7th race upcoming. Race 7 off the turf. It goes a mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Race 7 off the turf, mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch number 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch number 5, Grael. Also scratch the 12, Martini and Moonshine. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. Again, scratch 1, Dowajack Chief. Scratch 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch the 5, Grael. Scratch the 12, Martini and Moonshine. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. Race 7 will start the late pick 4. Double and pick 3 wagering also offered. 8th race, scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. That's the 8th race, scratch 4, Blazing Summer. 9th race, the featured Rubicon Valley View. That 9th race stays on the turf, which is listed yielding, rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. That's the 9th race feature. Scratch 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch the 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. That's the 10th and final race. Scratch the 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, the 10, La Mosca. The jockey, 2 pounds over.
Race number 7, race turf off the turf course here to start the late pick 4. So several scratches, as you'll see on the monitors, and if you're taking a look at the tote board, so make note of that. And this race still at 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. As it's off the turf, main track continues to be listed as fast. I'm going to go for another price play here this afternoon with the Minnesota-bred Xavier Dave, son of Temple City, who's run twice up against Minnesota-breds at Canterbury Park, and winner on debut. Not a bad effort against Stakes Company last time out. Love the Nest, I should say, is a very nice runner in which he ran into. So comes out of a good race. Respect that competition. They ran very fast at Canterbury. This horse is getting relatively ignored on the tote board. He's one of the longer shots in this field, but the fact that this race comes off the turf, he's run well on the dirt in the past, and he's got pedigree to go longer by Temple City. I'll take a swing with Xavier Dave and see if Mac Robertson can't score with another Minnesota bred here this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. The second choice for me is the 8-horse Lucky Boss, who's the 9-5 favorite right now. Kenny McPeak looking for his 3rd win today, and back-to-back on the card. Lucky Boss, another one that's run well on the main track, was second in the juvenile stakes at Ellis, going 7/8 of a mile, broke his maiden going a mile at Ellis in his second start. So a runner that you've got to respect, and we'll see if these two hook up. Xavier Dave's got some speed away from the gate, the number 7. Lucky Boss was basically a wire-to-wire winner when he broke his maiden in July at Ellis Park. So I can understand why Lucky Boss is getting the attention that he is. The barn's going good this afternoon, has throughout the entire meet, and Brian Hernandez Jr. is always a big portion of the success of the Kenny McPeak runners, especially here at Keeneland. And then the number 9 horse, Speaking Scout, for Graham Motion, 4-1. That's short enough to make him now the 3rd choice in the wagering. Speaking Scouts really hasn't run a bad race in either of his 3 starts, on turf, on dirt, caught a wet fast track last time out, earned a pretty strong speed figure over that wet fast track at Delaware Park. But oftentimes when a track will come up wet, sloppy, they'll oftentimes get a inflated speed figure. So do what you will with that. Take it with a grain of salt or move forward and think that he's got a chance. But Clip's thoroughbred partner is going to be represented with the number 9 horse, Speaking Scouts, who should be ready to go and ready to fire another solid race. Always puts himself within range, and that's key in any thoroughbred horse race. Race number 7, once again, off the turf course, onto the main track at the same distance of 1 mile and a 16th, and it does start the late pick 4.
Horses are on the track for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford, an allowance for 2-year-olds in a race that comes off the turf and goes 1 1/16 on the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the late pick 4. Scratch number 1, Dowa Jack Chief. Scratch number 3, Kiss the Sky. Scratch the 4, Be Like Clint. Scratch the 5, Gray L. Also scratch 12, Martini and Moonshine. And scratch 13, 14, and 15. 1 1/16 on the fast main track. Post time at 7 minutes.
Taking a look front side at Britain's Kitten for Bellamia Sables, Brian Williamson, a Big Blue Kitten gelding, who's another one that hasn't run a bad race in his career. Broke his maiden on dirt on debut, solid third at Kentucky Downs, picking up a big paycheck there, and then recently second here at Keeneland while on the main track at odds of 5-1. So we'll see if he's able to run back to that race with Mitchell Merle. There's a good look at Britain's Kitten for a son of Big Blue Kitten, 9-2 on the tote board as we speak here. Vivar, the number 6 horse for Short Leaf Stable, he's got dirt and turf pedigree, so coming off of that yielding course victory, it takes a very good horse to win over that kind of ground, and you can see him warming up under Joel Rosario. He's a horse that has been showing very little gate speed, so if that changes, we'll find out here today. Joel's rarely a person that, or rider that tries to rush a horse away from the starting gates and lets him just fall into the race. So Vivar at odds of 2-1. I believe that's now making him, he's the second choice in the wagering as we stand here 5 minutes to post. And then wanted to show the 11-horse Brits Wit, not a bad-looking son of English Channel. If we see the offside, which will be the side that's away from the pony, he's got a pretty substantial extension blinker on that outside cup. So he's worn blinkers in both of his starts. He broke his maiden on debut. Not if you're going to chance to see it here from this angle, but nonetheless, typically means it's a horse that can drift out a bit, try to get them to avoid going in that direction by taking away that vision, that visual to encourage them to stay on a straight line. So Brits Wit, a runner that's yet to try the dirt. He's got mainly turf pedigree. There's no question. You can see that extension blinker right now on the 11. But Brits Wit going to be given an opportunity here today to see if he can get back to the winner's circle for the second time in his career. He's also being brought back fairly quickly, 19 days since that October 10th try in the Grade 2 Bourbon Stakes, which was taken by Tiz the Bomb, who will be working tomorrow morning for Kenny McPeak on the dirt in preparation for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Turf. We're 4 minutes away from race number 7. We'll see this race to kick off the late pick 4. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford, at 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Start of the late pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. And they're off. There goes Zavy Dave for the lead. Vivar is there, and also Brits Witt up toward the outside. Zavy Dave and Vivar, this pair to the front together as Zavy Dave starts to move on by and takes the lead clear into the first turn. Brits Witt going to move up in second around the outside of Vivar, who's tucked away neatly in third. Midway on the first turn, Call Me Gusto is toward the outside in the fourth position. And then Britain's Kitten, who's fifth back toward the inside. Lucky Boss alongside that one is in sixth, but just 4 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 2 more back to Speaking Scout, who's last here early, 24.93 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. On to the backstretch they go, and Zavy Dave is the leader. Zavy Dave on top by 1.5 lengths up the backstretch to Brits Witt in second by 3/4 of a length. Call Me Gusto to the outside. Vivar is there back toward the rail. Lucky Boss toward the outside in fifth. It's nearly 5 lengths off the lead now as they head for the far turn. And then comes Britain's Kitten. Speaking Scout is last as they enter the turn after a half in 49.98 seconds. Zavy Dave is still the leader. 3/4 of a length. Here's Brits Witt, and here's Call Me Gusto to the far outside. These three around the far turn, separated by 1.5 lengths. Vivar is between horses in the fourth position. Lucky Boss looks toward the outside at the quarter pole in fifth, and Britain's Kitten tries to scoot up the inside from sixth. Speaking Scout going to have to angle wide from seventh. Everybody's got a shot as they turn for home. Speaking Scout angling out in the center of the track, still has 4 lengths to come to try to catch the leaders off the turn. Vivar, Speaking Scout, and also Britain's Kitten all bearing down on Zavy Dave, and Vivar goes to the lead. Vivar chased by Speaking Scout to the wire. Vivar, Joel Rosario to win it. Speaking Scout was second. Britain's Kitten was home third. Zavy Dave was fourth.
Vivar from a winner at Kentucky Downs on yielding ground to taking to the dirt here today at Keeneland Racecourse. That's back-to-back wins for Shortleaf Stable, a homebred son of Cairo Prince, and he kicks on nicely. Great call from Kirk Becker as they did. They stacked up. They all had their chance, and Vivar is going to win this one by about a length and a half, maybe a length and a quarter in the end. And now Brad Cox, he pulls one ahead of trainer Wesley Ward in the trainer standings as it just continues to be back and forth here in the final 2 days of racing for Keeneland Fall 2021.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 6, Vivar, finished first. Number 9, Speaking Scout, was second. Number 2, Britain's Kitten, third. Number 7, Xavier Dave, was fourth. 6-9-2-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th race, the Milford, number 6, Vivar. Owned by the Shortleaf Stable Incorporated of John Ed Anthony, trained by Brad Cox, Joel Rosario, the winning jockey. Vivar, a 2-year-old son of Cairo Prince, out of Debit by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Shortleaf Stable. Mile and a 16th over the fast-made track, 1 minute 46.29 seconds. 2 wins today for trainer Brad Cox. Results of Keeneland's 7th race official, 6-9-2-7 the official results, and in the winner's circle, the Milford Trophy presentation to the connections of Vivar. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. Second running of the Myrtlewood Stakes. Main track listed fast. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch the 4, Blazing Summer. Scratch number 4, Blazing Summer. Race 9, the Rubicon Valley View Stakes. The turf is listed yielding, rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch 13, Flown. Scratch the 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch number 16, Wait for Nairobi. That's in the 9th race. Scratch number 10, Oyster Box. Scratch the 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch number 13, Flown. Scratch the 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch number 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. 10th and final event, scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. 10th and final race, scratch the 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, number 10, La Mosca, the jockey 2 pounds over.
Race number 8, the first of 2 stakes races on this Friday. Still the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View to come, but this is the 6-furlong Myrtlewood Stakes. First running of this race here at Keeneland Racecourse. 2-year-old fillies sprinting 3/4 of a mile, and this filly, she just clicked down to the favorite. That is My Danny Girl, a daughter of Jess's Dream for J&J Stables and Nick Vacareza, bred by Carlo Vacareza, the trainer, and J&J Stables. And Carlo sent this one out over at Churchill Downs on the 26th of September, so just over a month ago. Ran down a filly by the name of Famed, who we're going to see running tomorrow in the nightcap here at Keeneland, a Godolphin filly, and a filly that got a lot of attention in that race. Famed ran a big race, but Sweet Danny Girl just outran her at 45-1. So getting nowhere near that price here today at 5-2. Outside draw. Expect her to, be part of the pace, come from off the pace. But the way that she finished off that event at Churchill Downs was very impressive and did so very quickly. 109-3, and trainer Carlo Vacareza looking for his second win today. They took the opener with Injunction to kick off the card here today. So Sweet Danny Girl, not surprised that she's getting this kind of attention at the window to be bet down to 5-2. The number 5 horse is worth a big look as well. Can't Believe It for Jimmy DeVito. She's got one run under her belt. That was a winner at Churchill Downs, going wire to wire. Jose Ortiz will ride the Cantheros filly, so the expectations here have got to be strong based on that debut effort. Jimmy DeVito has been good with 2-year-old runners for quite some time, so moving straight into Stakes Company a month removed from the maiden special weight victory always has to be viewed as a positive with these young horses. So 5-1, certainly a strong alternative to that of the favorites currently on the board. And then the one horse in third for me, Jester Calls No Joy, looks fantastic. This filly by McLean's Music was on her toes before she got saddled up. She looks fabulous out there for the Elkstone Group and Todd Pletcher, her conditioner. She wasn't clean away from the gate in the Grade 1 Frizette. That was a race taken by Echo Zulu, who will be the clear favorite for the Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies next week at Del Mar. But she broke her maiden second start of her career by 10 lengths, going 7 furlongs. So at 6, the big question for her is, can she flash some speed from the inside? She cannot bobble away from the starting gate as she did in the Grade 1 Frizette. Otherwise, it's going to end up being a similar result for her. So she needs to break cleanly and get going and get moving forward. But you can see the sort of action that I'm talking about that she has down in the paddock. It's a good feeling filly right now. Jester Calls No Joy, 5-2 on the board. Good race coming up. 2-year-old fillies looking for a listed black type victory in the Myrtlewood Stakes here at Keeneland. We're less than 15 minutes to post.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, second running of the Myrtlewood Stakes for 2-year-old fillies at 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 4. Blazing Summer, number 4, is scratched. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time in just 8 minutes. Let's meet the starters for race 8, the Myrtlewood. Number 1, Jester Calls and No Joy. Owned by the Elkstone Group, LLC of Stuart Grant, trained by Todd Pletcher, the jockey Joel Rosario. 2, Jamira, owned by LLP Performance Horse LLC of Giraldi Aguilar, trained by Carlos David with Francisco Arrieta, the jockey. 3, She's Pure Silver. Races for Lion Palm Racing Stable of Ricardo Bailey, trained by Ricardo Bailey, the jockey Lawan Machado. 4 is scratched. 5, Can't Believe It, owned by the Double Down Stables Incorporated of Richard Templer, trained by Jimmy DeVito. The jockey is Jose Ortiz. 6, Very Little Sense, owned by Randy Patterson, trained by Randy Morse. Joe Talamo to ride. 7, Majestic Doro, owned by Chuck and Mary Beth Sandford, LLC of Mary Beth Sandford, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Number 8, You Look Cold, owned by Kinsman Stable of Jessica Steinbrenner, owned also by FLI Racing of Christian Black, trained by Robert O'Connor II with Paco Lopez, the jockey. 9, Chi-Town Lady, owned by Castleton Lions of Shane Ryan, the trainer Wesley Ward, the jockey Florent Giroux. Number 10, Sweet Danny Girl, owned by J&J Stables of John Williams, owned also by Nicholas Vacareza, trained by Carlo Vacareza, Martin Garcia to ride. Towser, number 11, owned by Beverly Anderson and Ed Seltzer, trained by Justin Nixon, the jockey James Graham. 6 minutes to post.
There's a look at the number 6 horse, Very Little Sense. It looks fantastic, sent out by Randy Morris, who's already turned this filly into a stakes winner. Did so by taking the debutante at Ellis back in August. They gave it a shot on the turf course over at Kentucky Downs, and she ran a decent race that day in the $500,000 juvenile fillies to turn her loose, a filly that's very highly regarded amongst this group of 2-year-old fillies, the freshman fillies that we have here in 2021. So based on 14-1 and what we've seen from her, seems to be too big of an odds on this daughter of Golden Sense as she'll get set for her first try here at Keeneland Racecourse. She looks as good as a horse can possibly look, so we'll see how she fares here today. Let's move over to You Look Cold, the number 8 horse. She, too, a stakes winner. She beat a group of Pennsylvania breds in her most recent start back in mid-September. A filly that will also be likely part of the early pace, tracking off the early pace and trying to make a run at him. And Paco Lopez is in the saddle. She's 2 for 2 when sprinting. Her only defeat was when she ran into Run Up, that Run-Happy filly who went gate to wire in the sorority stakes. So you can forgive her for that. A lot of runners in there, in fact, all of them were chasing her around there at Monmouth Park. So You Look Cold, the 8 horse right now, currently sitting at 16-1, another price, a good price on a live runner. And then Chi-Town Lady, the number 9 horse in here at 4-1. It's shocking to see a Wesley Ward runner at 4-1 in a 2-year-old race. Any 2-year-old race, and obviously with a filly that's already a stakes winner as well. Ran into Wesley this morning during morning training, said that he really thought this filly had a big opportunity. He was trying to get her eligible for the Breeders' Cup, didn't quite pan out. So at 4-1, a good number. As you can see, the rain is starting to come into the area as we get set for the first of 2 stakes races. This, the Myrtlewood Stakes, named in honor of a filly that won the Keen handicap over 6 furlongs on opening day versus the boys back in 1936. That was the first ever Keeneland meet 85 years ago. And then just 2 days later, she would take the Ashland by 2 lengths. And then a week later on the final Saturday, she won a match race versus a filly by the name of Miss Merriman. So honoring a filly that made her mark on opening day of the first race meet here at Keeneland 85 years ago, Myrtlewood. The Myrtlewood Stakes is coming up next here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Myrtlewood Stakes. They are at the post. And they're off. Very Little Sense, Can't Believe It. Jamira all have early speed. Very Little Sense, Can't Believe It. Go at it for the top spot. Can't Believe It moves up. Takes the lead from Very Little Sense in second. Jamira third. She's Pure Silver fourth. Sweet Danny Girl fifth on the far outside. 3.5 lengths off the early leader. You Look Cold is sixth, just to the outside of Majestic Doro, who's down toward the inside in seventh. Jester Calls No Joy is eighth. Towser is ninth. And Chi-Town Lady last of the 10. 22.16 seconds for the opening quarter. Can't Believe It has the lead by a neck. Very Little Sense is second, a length and a half. Sweet Dandy Girl third outside of She's Pure Silver. Jamira toward the inside. You Look Cold goes wide. Jester Calls No Joy from the back of the pack has to go out to the center of the track. Still 8 lengths off the lead. They turn for home. Can't Believe It. Very Little Sense. Sweet Dandy Girl. Jamira behind horses to the inside. Jester Calls No Joy still has a lot of work to do. Likewise for Majestic Doro. Final furlong of the Myrtle Wood. Can't Believe It. Sweet Dandy Girl on the far outside. Very Little Sense between that pair. These three past the 16th pole. Sweet Danny Girl, Martine Garcia rally up from the outside. Sweet Danny Girl to win the Myrtle Wood. Going to be close for second. Either Can't Believe It or Very Little Sense for that runner-up spot. 1 minute 10.36 seconds.
What a nice filly this is. Sweet Danny Girl, she had to work for it, and boy, was she willing to do that here today in the Myrtlewood Stakes. I would say able to outrun some very good fillies in here. She was 45-1 on debut. Not the case here today at 2-1. She had to go wide, but when she lays it down, she gives it all she has. Well done to Carlo Vaccarezza, the Vaccarezza family, J&J Stables, Martine Garcia. She's perfect. 2 for 2, and now a stakes winner here at Keeneland, Sweet Danny Girl.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race. Number 10, Sweet Danny Girl, finished first. Number 5, Can't Believe It, was second. Number 6, Very Little Sense, was third. Number 9, Chi-Town Lady, fourth. 10, 5, 6, 9, unofficial. Results of Keeneland's 8th race official, 10, 5, 6, 9, the official results. The official winner of Keeneland's 8th race, second running of the Myrtlewood Stakes, number 10, Sweet Danny Girl. owned by J&J Stables of John Williams, owned also by Nicholas Vaccareza for his second win on the card as owner, and 2 wins for trainer Carlo Vaccareza today. The winning jockey is Martin Garcia. Sweet Danny Girl, a 2-year-old filly by Jess's Dream out of My Sweet Danny Girl by Scat Daddy. Winner bred in Florida by the J&J Stables and Carlo Vaccareza. 6 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 10.36 seconds. Results official. In the winner's circle, our own Amy Pettit makes the trophy presentation for the Myrtlewood to the connections of Sweet Dandy Girl.
Sweet Danny Girl, very game here today to take the Myrtlewood Stakes. Her owner, Nick Vaccareza, her trainer, co-breeder, Carlo Vaccareza, and the man aboard, Martin Garcia. That was not an easy journey. How was she able to hang in there with that wide trip?
You know what? I think the position, and then when everybody was going together, I couldn't drop in a little, so I just was playing by how it was coming, but she's a good filly. She was just doing whatever I asked her.
How game is she? How would you sum up her gameness?
You know what? I think she showed a lot the first time out. She beat the good horses, and then today the same thing. She's a really good filly. Like I say, I was just making sure that I didn't get in trouble, like behind horses and stuff like that, and then she just did the rest.
Well done. Carlo, you've tasted success on big stages, Breeders' Cups. Little Mike comes to mind, obviously, with his grade ones. But to be here at Keeneland, your first stakes win as a trainer, and to do it with your son, Nick, how would you sum that up?
Oh, that's a phenomenal experience. You know, I'm very proud. I mean, this filly is a very, very nice filly. She got a future in front of her. This, who knows? You know, I think she like to go probably eventually maybe 2-turn, but she has a lot of speed, and she reminds me a little bit of a little Mike. You know, she got a stamina and a speed at the same time, and that's very deadly.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Let's get a word from Nick. Nick, how would you sum this up, my friend?
This is a win for the small guys. You don't have to be the big super trainer in the game to do well. You don't have to invest the most money. She's by Jess's Dream out of a homebred mare. You don't have to buy the most expensive horses to be at the top of this game, and sometimes the small guys win. I want to thank my dad and his entire operation, Reynaldo Abreu, the groom, Adrian, all the exercise riders that have been on this filly. She's a real nice filly, so I'm expecting a big year from her next year. And the future awaits.
Go enjoy it, Nicky.
Thank you.
Sweet Danny Girl for the Vaccarezas, Martin Garcia, J&J Stable, a stakes winner here at Keeneland in the Myrtlewood.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 9th race upcoming, the Rubicon Valley View Stakes. The turf is listed yielding, the rail at 0 feet today. Scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch the 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch number 13, Flown. Scratch the 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. Again, scratch the 10, Oyster Box. Scratch the 11, Lady Spite Spear. Scratch number 13, Flown. Scratch 14, Gam's Mission. And scratch 16, Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. Turf is yielding. Looking ahead to the 10th and final event, scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. Scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. 10th and final race, scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, number 10, La Mosca. The jockey, 2 pounds over. Turf listed yielding, main track listed fast.
This is the featured Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View, our only race on the grass course here today. Turf continues to be listed as yielding, and there's a look at Arm Candy seeking her second win this meet. She was a winner of a second-level allowance race here at Keeneland on the 13th of October. Came from just off the pace to get that victory, so we'll see if she can not only pick up her second win here at Keeneland this meet, but her third overall. She has very good course form here on this turf course at Keeneland, as she's been over good-listed turf courses. No evidence of yielding, but I will be willing to take a shot with her at 15-1 right now. Arm Candy, the daughter of Twirling Candy, expected to come from off the pace. The 4-horse Toby's Heart, very consistent filly. She shows up just about every single time, and she's run over good listed going and picked up wins in both of those, so we'll see how she handles the yielding grass here this afternoon. Winner at Kentucky Downs in the Music City Stakes. That was going 6.5. She's also run some big races at the further distances, and that's what attracts me about her. She was beaten by Technical Analysis in the Grade 3 Lake George. Technical Analysis came back and ran a runner-up finish in the Grade 1 Queen Elizabeth II Challenge Cup presented by Dixiana. So Toby's Heart, to me, figures in a big way. She gets a solid post, too. Post 4 is almost ideal in these route races. And then on the outside, the 12, who is the favorite, that is Queen Ship. Much bigger price on the morning line, but not the case here as we are 15 minutes to post. This is a daughter of X Celebration, Irish-bred daughter of X Celebration, being sent over by Joseph O'Brien, the son of one of the all-time great trainers in Europe, Ireland, worldwide. That's Aidan O'Brien. And Joseph has been off to a flying start in his training career. She's handled conditions on the softer side. Soft going in Ireland to yielding here should not affect her whatsoever, but we'll see how she navigates the step up in class. Was speaking to some European media earlier today, and they felt that this is a pretty significant step up for this 3-year-old filly. So we'll see how she handles it, but when they send these runners over here, they oftentimes know exactly what's going to fit and recognize what types of turf courses these horses are going to be running over. At this time of the year, you're going to look for ground at Keeneland with a little give in it. If you're going to head west, you're going to be looking at races that are much firmer. So I'm sure that Joseph O'Brien had that all in consideration to bring her here at 5-2 as she seeks a Grade 3 victory for her connections, which would go a long way in her value. We're 14 minutes away from race number 9. This is the featured Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th and featured race, the 31st running of the Rubicon Valley View Stakes, Grade 3 for 3-year-old fillies at 1 1/16 on the turf, which is listed yielding rail at 0 feet. Scratch the 10 Oyster Box, scratch the 11 Lady Spite Spear, scratch number 13 Flown, scratch the 14 Gam's Mission, and scratch number 16 Wait for Nairobi. A reminder, number 15, Princess Theorem, draws into the race. Post time in just 5 minutes. Let's meet the starters. Number 1, Core Values, owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch. The trainer, Victoria Oliver. The jockey is Rafael Bejarano. Number 2, Saranya, owned by Peachtree Stable of John Fort. Brad Cox, the trainer, Joe Talamo to ride. Number 3, Crazy Beautiful, owned by Phoenix Thoroughbred 3 Limited of Amer Abdulaziz Ahmed, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Brian Hernandez Jr. Number 4, Toby's Heart, owned by Terry Hamilton, Brian Lynch, and Gary Barber. Brian Lynch, the trainer, Joel Rosario to ride. Number 5, Navratilova, owned by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold. Colby Hernandez, the jockey. 6, Olivia of the Desert, owned by Susan Moulton, trained by Kenny McPeak, jockey Corey Lannery. Number 7, Adventuring, owned by Godolphin LLC of Mohammed Al Maktoum and others, trained by Brad Cox, jockey Florent Giroux. Number 8, Breaker of Chains, owned by Fergus Galvin, R.A. Hill Stable of Raymond A. Hill III, Black-type Thoroughbreds of Jake Ballas, John Aronson, and Alan Lefevre, trained by George Weaver. Tyler Gaffalione is up. Number 9, Arm Candy, owned by Bradley Thoroughbreds of Pete Bradley, by Tim Cameron, Anna Cameron, and Kurtz Equine Investments LLC of Keith Kurtz, the trainer Steve Asmus, and the jockey Ricardo Santana Jr. 10 and 11 both scratched. Number 12 is Queenship, owned by Lindy Farms of Frank Antonacci, owned by the Icewine Stable of David Reed, owned also by John Fielding, trained by Joseph O'Brien, Julian Leperoux to ride. 13 and 14 both scratched. Completing the field is number 15, Princess Theorem, owned by John Dewberry, trained by Brendan Walsh, the jockey Jose Ortiz. Post time in 3 minutes.
Featured event is coming up quickly, the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View Stakes, as we take you to a look at the number 3 horse, Crazy Beautiful, looking for her second win on the turf course in just her second attempt, a 6-time winner overall. Kenny McPeak earlier this afternoon said, look, all of my remaining runners have a big chance here today, and he has come with a true statement. All of his horses have showed up, so you've got to respect this daughter of Liam's Map, as she's a good price right now, 9-2, if you feel that she can transfer that form back onto the grass course off of those string of good races on dirt. The number 8 horse is Breaker of Chains. She was rearing up over in the paddock side, and George Weaver, her conditioner, tells me that that's something that she normally does. She's a good feeling filly. I asked him about the conditions here today. He said, she handled yielding ground. We'll see how she handles it here this afternoon. And he said she's a more narrowly built filly, which means that she shouldn't be digging too far into the turf course. You like to stay on top of these courses, these turf courses that have given them. So at odds of 7-2, you really do have to respect her. And he says he hopes that she can be a little bit more forward. He's hoping that she's not going to be as far back as she was when she won at Kentucky Downs. And then finally, Tom Leach's long shot pick of the day is no longer. It's the 5-2 favorite, as folks feel strongly as Tom Leach did from this morning on today at Keeneland with Queenship, the number 12 at 5-2. Talked about her over on the paddock side, and she looks like a pretty light filly as well. And like I said, I'm convinced that Joseph O'Brien was well aware that these conditions are likely in the fall at Keeneland, and watching the way the turf course has been over the course of this meet, we've had very few turf course races that have been on the firm side. In fact, I would say it's less than a handful so far this fall. But a good race coming up. We are 2 minutes away, less than 2 minutes away from the Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View Stakes, our Friday feature.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's ninth and featured race, 31st running of the Rubicon Valley View Stakes, Grade 3. They are at the post. And they're off in the Rubicon Valley View Stakes. There goes Crazy Beautiful out for the lead. Navratilova is there in the opening strides. Toby's Heart between that pair, and Arm Candy up on the far outside. Here's Navratilova moving up from the outside to put ahead in front. Crazy Beautiful there to the inside, but now second as they enter the first turn. Arm Candy travels in third. Just 2 lengths off the front pair, then a gap of 2 more. Back to Toby's Heart, who saves ground against the rail in fourth. 2 more back of that one. Adventuring is in the 5th position. And then Saranya against the rail is in 6th. Princess Theorem 7th up on the outside. Olivia of the Desert is 8th. Core Values 9th. Queenship is in 10th. And Breaker of Chains 11th and last for the move up the backstretch. Navratilova got the opening quarter in 23.82 seconds. Leads at 3/4 of a length. Crazy Beautiful goes second, 3/4 of a length. Arm Candy third up on the outside. Toby's Heart is in 4th. And then Adventuring in 5th. Saranya toward the inside in 6th. Princess Theorem 7th on the outside. Starts a 3-wide move onto the far turn. 5 lengths off the lead. 49.06 seconds for the opening half mile. Navratilova leads at 3/4 of a length. Crazy Beautiful second a length. Arm Candy is in third. Toby's Heart looks to the inside 4th. Adventuring 5th in between horses. 5 lengths from the lead. Princess Theorem is wide and still 6 from the front. Then Saranya. Queenship has 8 lengths to make up. A 1/4 mile to go. Navratilova to catch Toby's Heart up the inside, and then Crazy Beautiful in third. Arm Candy then Adventuring back in the 5th position. Queenship is still far back. Navratilova with Toby's Heart moving toward the inside. That's the battle for the lead. Crazy Beautiful is in third. Navratilova has the advantage by a length and a half. Then Crazy Beautiful. Adventuring runs late from the outside. Navratilova 25-1 upsetter for Colby Hernandez, winning the Rubicon Valley View. 1 minute 43.57 seconds.
What was the game plan? Take it to him early with Navratilova, the well-bred daughter of Medaglia d'Oro, out of the stakes-winning First Dam center court for Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr., and able to slow it down enough. That opening half and opening 3/4, more than anything, finished this one off as Navratilova with Colby Hernandez goes gate to wire. She was handling it every step of the way, the yielding course. Well done. Big upset with a nice filly.
Photo for play, sold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured ninth race. Number 5, Navratilova, finished first. Number 3, Crazy Beautiful, second. Number 7, Adventuring, third. Number 4, Toby's Heart, fourth. 5-3, 7-4, unofficial. On the turf course, unofficial winner of Keeneland's featured ninth, the Rubicon Valley View, number 5, Navratilova. Owned and bred in Kentucky by G. Watts Humphrey Jr., trained by Rusty Arnold, Colby Hernandez, the jockey, and the results are now official. Navratilova, 3-year-old filly by Medaglia d'Oro out of center court by Smart Strike. 8.5 furlongs over the turf, listed yielding 1 minute 43.57 seconds. 5-3-7-4, now the official results for Keeneland's ninth race. Now the trophy presentation for the Rubicon Valley View. Representing Rubicon, Mr. and Mrs. Nate and Jane Morris make the presentation to the connections of Navratilova. At this time, we congratulate owner G. Watts Humphrey Jr., whose win with Navratilova in the Rubicon Valley View Stakes marks his 8th graded stakes victory at Keeneland. In honor of this historic milestone, Mr. Humphrey receives a Keeneland tray as part of Keeneland's signature milestone trophy program, and the milestone comes with a homebred filly, Navratilova. Congratulations, Mr. Humphrey.
Grade 3 Rubicon Valley View goes to Navratilova in front-running fashion. Trainer Rusty Arnold, Colby Hernandez aboard for the ride. Was that the plan of attack? Take it to him early on, Colby?
Yes, that's what Rusty is. He told me to go watch his Churchill replay, and he said if you can get him out there on the lead and just get her nice and going easy, she'll finish up for you. They said they won't pass her.
How surprised were you that nobody tried to come on and attack you early in this race?
Well, we broke. I kind of broke just to make sure we're going forward. And then everybody took back, and then we were just able to get a nice, easy lead.
Well done. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Rusty, to get this victory with this filly, Navratilova, you trained her mother center court. She was a grade 1 winner for Mr. Humphrey. Picking up this victory and delivering the gold tray to Mr. Humphrey, his 8th graded stakes, to be part of these families, how would you describe that?
Oh, it's great. And we had our second dam, too, Let, and that was one of the first horses I had for him. So it was great.
What's it like to train for Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr.?
It's almost been 30 years, and that's unheard of in our business. So it tells you what kind of guy he is.
How surprised were you with what she was able to do out there on the front end?
Really, that was the plan. I told Kobe Edmond on her, I said, put her on the front. I think she'll relax. I think she'll get you to the 8th pole. It's up to you from there on in. And I said, he threw that 26. I felt pretty good.
Congratulations.
Thanks, Scott.
Navratilova, Grade 3 winner of the Rubicon Valley View, and congratulations to Mr. G. Watts Humphrey Jr. Now 8 graded stakes wins here at Keeneland.
Thank you, Scott. Keeneland's 10th and final race upcoming. Back to the main track we go, which is listed fast. Main track listed fast. Race 10, there's a carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 of $5,928. Scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Again, scratch number 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. Scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, the 10, La Mosca. The jockey, 2 pounds over.
Closing in on post time, just 11 minutes to post before this 10th and final event. The 3 and up, 7 furlongs, maiden $20,000 claimers. Kolsch is my top selection, bringing together two human connections that I gravitate towards quite a bit here. And recently, it's been Shane Myers, the trainer and owner, and Gerardo Corrales for the last couple of years. And the son of Run Happy, looking to give Run Happy his second win today at Keeneland. Had that very impressive winner earlier today for trainer Kenny McPeak. But off the rail, first off the claim, this barn has done very well with claiming horses. So at odds of 6-1, consider Kolsch with Corrales in the saddle. That is the number 9 horse. And then the number 4 horse is Bitco for Rusty Arnold, looking to close out with the late daily double. This is the son of Orb, who cuts back in distance and gets quite a bit of class relief. Brian Hernandez Jr. in this instance looking to pick up the victory for Rusty Arnold. So I will go 9-4 in this nightcap as we are an even 10 minutes away from post time.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 10th and final race, maiden claiming event for a price of $20,000. 3-year-olds and up, 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Scratch the 1, Tenor. Scratch number 3, Breacher. And scratch the 7, Doctrinaire. Overweight, the 10, La Mosca, the jockey 2 pounds over. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, $5,928. Post time in less than 5 minutes.
Taking a look out here frontside, the 2 Destined for Honor, son of Declaration of War, making a nice appearance as he came out onto the course for Byron Hughes. A horse winless in 8 tries. Does come off of his first in-the-money finish when dropping in for 16. The water gets a little deeper here today as he draws the rail going 7/8 of a mile. That's another aspect of the difficulty he's going to have, but a nice warm-up from the son of Declaration of War, Chestnut son of Declaration of War. The 5-horse contractor Bill, Rafael Bejarano, James Kelly, the trainer for Blazing Forest Stable, taking a big class drop. 0 for 16 in his career, primarily campaigned on all-weather as well as turf, so a rare dirt opportunity for him. His last dirt try wasn't bad up at Belterra, and we've seen that maiden special weight form up at Belterra transfer down here to Keeneland. So currently sitting at 3-1. He is not being ignored. He is the second choice in the wagering. And then we'll finally touch on and give thoughts on the 8-horse Brother Band. Nice to see the Ramsey Silks out here. Safi Joseph Jr. back on dirt, a horse that looked like he had some promise early on in his career on dirt. 1 try down at Gulfstream Park for 25 on turf. Didn't work out as he was the beaten favorite that day, but the fact that they get Tyler Gaffalione is a certain positive, and that's why he's even money. Gaffalione, class dropper, good dirt form. We'll see if Safi Joseph Jr. can pick up his first win this meet here at Keeneland Racecourse. Less than 1 minute to post before the Friday nightcap.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 10th and final race. They are at the post. Problems there for Destined for Honor. Moves forward through the gate door. Will be led around to the back of the starting gate to enter the gate once again in just a moment. Number 2, Destined for Honor, examined and approved to move back into line. Further examination now behind the gate. Stand by for more. Your attention, please, at Keeneland in race 10, late scratch number 2, Destined for Honor, has been scratched by the veterinarian. Upon further examination, number 2, Destined for Honor, will be a late scratch, scratched by the veterinarian. Windows remain open. Also, with that late scratch, there will be no super high five wager on race 10, so all super high five wagers will be refunded for the 10th race. Again, late scratch, the 2, Destined for Honor, late scratch. As a result, there will be no super high five on the 10th race, those wagers to be refunded. Horses moving into line once again for race 10. Last horse moving into line. At the post, race 10. And they are off. There goes Brother Brad. There goes Contractor Bill. These two come out to vie for the early lead. Contractor Bill has the advantage. Here's Brother Brad again moving up on the outside. And Kolsch will seek to join them out in the center of the track in the third position. And then further back, Biko, who's running fourth to the inside. Fourth by a half length. Bassett is in the fifth position at a gap of 4 more lengths back to La Mosca, who trails. Opening quarter went in 23.14 seconds. Contractor Bill is the leader. Contractor Bill leads by 3/4 of a length. Brother Brad is second by a length. Kolsch third up on the outside by a neck. Biko is fourth down toward the inside, just over 2 lengths off the lead. Then a break of 4 more lengths back to Bassett and a large gap, better than 15 lengths more, back to La Mosca. Midway on the final turn, Contractor Bill, the leader. The lead is still 3/4 of a length. The Brother Brad in second, a length and a half. Kolsch is in third by 2. And then Biko toward the inside, who's running in the fourth position, 6 lengths off the lead now. The front pair turned for home. Brother Brad to the outside, Contractor Bill to the inside. They're matching strides, 3 lengths to the good from Kolsch in third. Biko is in fourth. Here's Brother Brad getting the lead just inside the 8th pole. Brother Brad opens up by 3 lengths. Then Contractor Bill in second. Kolsch, Biko back toward the inside. Brother Brad is at the 16th pole. Brother Brad to give Tyler Gaffalione 3 victories on today's card. Biko is still running down toward the rail to grab second. Brother Brad wins it. Biko came up the inside for second. Going to be close for third. Either Kolsch or Contractor Bill for that third spot.
Back on dirt appears to be the key for Brother Brad as he dominates here. And congratulations to Ken and Sarah Ramsey as their silks will visit the winner's circle yet again here at Keeneland Racecourse. This under the guidance of Safi Joseph Jr., one of the top young trainers in the game. Tried him on grass last time out, not as effective as he is on dirt, and that is on full display here in the nightcap. And most agreed as he went off at 3-5.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 10th race. Number 8, Brother Brad, finished first. Number 4, Biko, was second. Number 5, Contractor Bill, was third. Number 9, Kolsch, was fourth. 8-4-5-9, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 10th race, number 8, Brother Brad, owned by Kenneth and Sarah Ramsey, trained by Safi Joseph Jr. 3 wins today for jockey Tyler Gaffalione. Brother Brad, a 4-year-old son of Commissioner out of Divination by Aldebron. Winner bred in Kentucky by Rose Hill Farm. 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 24.97 seconds. Results of Keeneland's 10th race official. 8-4-5-9, the official results. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Carryover for the Toyota Super High 5 for tomorrow, $5,928. Final day of the fall meeting. Mandatory payouts. First post, 1:05 p.m. Eastern. The second floor grandstand, including the sports bar and the mezzanine bar, will remain open for simulcasting for another 30 minutes. You may advance wager any races scheduled to occur after that time. We thank you for being with us. For now, on behalf of Keeneland and for Rubicon, thank you and good evening.